Get the sticks. Bounce. World. Bounce. 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 Check. Check. Yo, I'm making short-term goals when the weather flows. Just put away the leathers and put ice on the gold. Chilly with enough bail money to free a big Willie. High stakes, I got more at stake than Philly. Shopping sprees, copping threes. Do speed by IS's fully loaded. Yes, bouncing in the Lex Luger. Tire smoke like Buddha. 50 G's to the crap shooter. Players can't fade me. Chrome stocks beaming. Through my peripheral, I see you scheming. Stop dreaming, I leave your body steaming. Brothers is fiending, what's the meaning? I'm leaning on any player intervening with the sound of my money machining. My cup running over with hundreds. I'm one of the best players that done it. 6 digits and running, y'all brothers don't want it. I got the Godfather flow, the Don Juan, the Marco. Swear to God, don't get it twisted. State where I drop my slang. I'm deep in the south, kicking up top game. Bouncing on the highway, switching 4 lanes. Screaming through the sunroof, money ain't a thing. You worst fear confirmed. Me and my fam roll tight like the firm. Getting down for life, right, you better learn. Why play with fire, burn. We get together like a choir to acquire what we desire. We do dirt like worms, produce G's like sperm. Select spread like germs. I got extensive hoes with expensive clothes, and I sip fine wines and spit vintage flows. Yeah, I don't know. She can't knock the hustle. Punching the clock, my function is to make munch and lay back munching. Sipping Remy on the rock, my crew, something to watch, nothing to stop. Unstoppable, scheme on the ice. I gotta hot your crew, I gotta let you players know the time like my bottle, my motto. Stack rocks like Colorado, water up the champagne crystals by the bottle. It's a damn shame, but you're not though. Me, slick like a gato, JC.
Yo, people, good evening. Friday. So, we're gonna mix down this, one of the beats that we made on Wednesday. And then after that, got the Outlast trial lined up. So, it shouldn't be too long, but it might take us some time. But that's what I'm here for.
Until the late day, I'm the one who's crazy. Cause that's the way you're making me feel. The way you make me feel. I'm just trying to get mine. I don't have the time to knock the hustle free.
Alright, what do we got here? That sound. Sounds a little lower than I would like it to be. Yeah, it does. Is it this? There we go. we'll make sure we got our volume levels right first, right? That's gain staging. We are not going to touch our faders. That is known as zero unity gain. Okay, we're gonna get everything balanced where we can hear all of the sounds that are in our mix, or let's say our pre-mix, because it's not mixed yet, right? And we're gonna make sure we're at our target volume. Then we'll begin mixing. Once we finish mixing, we're just gonna have a cleaner version of our pre-mix, and we'll still be at our target level, right? And we're gonna make sure that we do gain staging throughout the process. And the 5 tools that you're going to need to learn when it comes to mixing is going to be EQ, compression, saturation, delay, and reverb. You can get those things down and understand them to a high level, then any song, vocals, it doesn't matter. Any type of sound, right? You'll be able to bring out the best in it. So cool. Here, let's what could we do? This is right around the end of it, right? Let's take it. See that? That's fine. I think we'll get that back here, right? So it's definitely low. Oh, yes, we can. We don't need that. This is something I want to add in, so it's not added into the song just yet, but I'll end up putting this in with the chorus. Right? So we'll get that in later. Let me mute these so I can see. This is our piano. Okay. Let's see. Guess we could. I don't know. I maybe have that backwards, but whatever. I think these are our strings, right? And then here we have our mallet instruments. See that? And of course, this is bass guitar. I think we're gonna just call it sub bass. That's fine. These two are layered to give the bass some more low end, right? Okay, so let's go and sort these out. Take these. We're gonna route these, right? So they have the names that we gave it, whatever colors, right? I just keep them on default, but everything's here. So we got a visual. Why are these two oh awkward? Okay, so let's move this to here. Back. Again. start here. We're gonna route these. Oh, tags over here. Done and done. All right, so let's start with. Let me open this. Let's start here. Look at our volumes. Boom. Things. See right there. That's loud enough. But we need to turn them down. That's cool. That. And we just figured this out. Okay, so we're cool here. Then we go over here. This is going to be our mix bus. So these are where all of our sounds are running into this one track. And we'll check where we are. Okay, so we can see that we're kind of peaking about -3. So we want our mix to be between -3 and -6 so that we save headroom for the mastering engineer, right? So target reached, and we are set and good to go. We can hear everything, the kicks, the hats, the snares, the strings, the pianos, we can hear all of that, right? So we are now good to go. Let's start with our drums, all right? So we're gonna listen here. What we want to do, and you'll hear me say this quite a bit, right? Is we're trying to create a balance between all of the sounds that we have going on here, right? Want to give everything its own space, give everything its own place, right? Otherwise, you're gonna have things fighting to be heard. Certain sounds will probably clash and try and drown out one another. So our job is to go in here and sort this out, right? For EQs, all right, we'll be using that mostly here as we clean up the drums. Picture your EQ like a sound stage, okay? So we're looking at this sound stage from the top down. So we're only looking at the floor of it, right? Anytime I go to boost frequencies or set of frequencies, right? Anytime that we're boosting it, we're essentially pushing it closer to the stage. Okay, so it's going to make it sound or appear louder to the audience. Okay, whenever we go to cut frequencies, right, or turn them down, we're pushing them towards the back of the sound stage, which is going to make it sound quieter. Okay, so we'll essentially find things that we like. Right, we'll probably turn them up so that it's louder to the listener, right? And things that we don't like, things that are unwanted, we'll turn them down, right? So that they're quieter and we don't really hear them. At the same time, making room for other sounds or other instruments that also are part of this song that's going on, right? Part of this track. So you can look at EQ like that. That's a simple way to kind of get that in your head. So as you're making decisions, right, it's a little easier to kind of discern what you're going to do, right? Not every sound are you going to go, okay, over here in this set of this range, right? It sounds good, so we're just going to turn it up. But again, take that into account. What needs to be in the foreground, what needs to be in the background, right? If you have like your main melody, of course you want that kind of up front center, right? And if you got supporting melodies, you want them what? In the background. So even though it might sound good to boost some synth that you picked over at 3K, remember it's supposed to be in the background. It's a supporting sound, right? So then you you act accordingly. That would actually will cut there instead of turning that up to prevent any clashing, right? So just a little visual for you. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to, let's blow this up for you guys. Apply to all. What I'm going to do is cut right here at 50. This is going to pretty much start to chop off those lower frequencies because we have bass, right? And the bass is going to live in those sub frequencies. We don't need our kick occupying sub frequency space, right? Now, if it was just a kick by itself or something, fine, right? But with this, we want to give it that space. If I go up to 80, I start to kind of cut into the punch of the kick, which we're going to need since we sacrificed the thumb. So that's a little too far. It makes the kick sound a little thin, right? So we're good here. And then as for the kick, I can hear it as I kind of cross from this 10K to 8K. We start to kind of lose some of the brightness or the air that's in the kick, but we're not losing the actual kick sound, right? We still have all the characteristics there that we want. So this is good. Again, we have things that live in the higher frequency range that need that room, right? You have stuff like this. So it allows those elements to come in really nicely, really cleanly, right? And it doesn't have to fight with the kick in those frequency spaces to try and be heard, right? And so on as we go through with all of the other different elements that'll build up. And then soon, before you know it, you're like, I can't really hear the hats really, right? Let me go turn those up. No, if you did everything properly, you won't need to do too much of anything to them, right? So let's keep going. Now that we kind of trimmed, right, the outsides, I'm going to actually go in here and boost this kit because we want to get a bit more like boom out of it. So let's start. Like that. So let's do this. That's crazy right there. Let's do that. I don't think we're gonna need. So I'm adding some of the high end, right? Because that's where we get like the snap from the kick to kind of help that kick kind of cut through a bit better, right? So we're still gonna get that punch that we want, but also by getting this, it's gonna help it kind of stick out in the mix, especially once we get to applying the saturation and compression on the bus, right? So we see that our volume has gone from -9 up to -3, and this is where that gain staging comes in. Remember to always return the volume back to where you had it after any changes are made. And this way, you could actually hear what you did. So if I turn this off, didn't do this here. So once you turn it off, right, it'll still be at the same volume, but the only thing you're going to hear are the changes that you made, right? So let's all right, so again, if we remove all of this, you can see we're here, -9, right? So once we put these two on, we're still at -9. All we can hear are the changes that we applied. And then same goes here, right? This actually needs to go up. It's okay, it's a little more. Right. And then we're basically going to rinse and repeat here. So all I'm looking to do is clean up the drums. The drums sound really good already, right? We don't need to go in here and try and like handcraft anything. It's nice. All we gotta do is clean it up and make some room. All right. let me go back here. Let's pull this a little bit. And the reason why I'm going to do this is to create a dip for the area where the snare's going to be at. So as these two play, if they decide to play together, whatever the case may be, right? It's got its own little space. So let's go here, and what we're gonna do is use another EQ, a different kind. This one's more targeted towards the mid-range. Okay, and we can already hear as I turn this up, we can kind of hear that low end part of the snare. What I'm looking for, so it sounds more like this. It's like a hollow, boxy kind of sound, right? We hear that, yeah. Basically, there's not enough low end or high end frequency information there, right? So it's not like this. It's kind of more like this, which is why it sounds the way it does. We're actually going to turn that down. So as we turn that down, it's going to tighten up the snare. So you kind of hear it like tightening up, right? Almost like a vacuum. It's kind of like sucks the snare in, right? It just makes it just sound tighter. It sounds nice. So we can do that. And here, what I'm looking for. So at about the 2K range, we're getting like that clarity and some of the like snap in that snare. So we're definitely gonna take that. Okay. Do we need bass in this a little more? I'd agree. Let's do that. Down a little bit. All right, so we have our kick and our snare now. Just gonna keep going here. The hats are the easiest thing. Explained this maybe last week, might have been a few days ago. But all we're gonna do with this is high pass, low pass. There's a lot of energy in, any of the hats closed open. Your crash cymbal. The only exception may be like your ride cymbal, because it'll be lower down the frequency range. But up in those higher frequency ranges, you don't want to do too much. These are very harsh. These are very bright frequencies, right? So if you begin to push this too much, now you're getting hissing, you're getting harshness, right? Even in vocals, like if you're gonna be over here doing anything, it has to be very subtle. You're gonna start getting a lot of that like hissing and stuff, right? Plus, when these get on bigger speakers and things and they go to try and turn the volume up, that's what you're going to hear. And if anyone's near the speaker, well, the pain threshold, right? That's going to be a lot quicker. So what we want to do is just as much as we can without making this sound dull, all right? Just to kind of cut out those harsh frequencies. So when the volume, before it goes up, right, you can hear the hat, but it's not like hissing. Make sense? It's not jumping out at you. So we want that. So you can actually turn it up and you can hear everything is playing, but it's not like trying to pierce your ears or anything like that. And just imagine if you started doing that to a bunch of other stuff. Crazy, right? So let's this. All right, so that's cool. And then that's not too bad. Let's take it to 15K. Did lose some volume, so let's return that, and then we're done. All right. Next sound. This is the part where the hat opens, so same thing. That's too far. Okay, cool. And let's take this to maybe here. And the reason why I'm using these, this is a game plugin, right? It's stock with FL Studio. There are free ones out there, like if your DAW doesn't come with one. But the reason why we're using this is because this particular tool doesn't have a way for me to, raise or lower the volume after I'm done making changes. So we have to put one after, change it, and then boom, we're done. All right, next one. Here, let's add these so you can really hear how it sounds now. Start about there, that's fine. And let's do it about there too. A lot of these are gonna be in like the same place. That's fine. A little more. All right, cool. Still got more stuff here. Now, like I said, well, let's do this and then we'll return and work on that one. These are pretty much all found in kind of the same area, but the ride cymbal, right, tends to be a little lower down. So we're going to do something just a little bit different with that one. But the rest of this is pretty much going to be similar. So we're just looking for to cut out anything we might have in that low end for it. See stuff like this, right? You don't need this potentially interfering with anything else you may have going on, pianos, bass playing, whatever, right? So again, if we don't clean this stuff up, everything just builds up everywhere and you're going to start having problems somewhere. So we come in and just till we lose that low end rumble on the cymbal. And that's as far as we go, right? And then again, same on the other side, we'll cut out that harshness and then boom, we're done. And that's why I say you only need to do that. As you're playing it, you can kind of see, right? It's pretty loud, it's pretty energetic, so you don't need to necessarily come in here and start trying to turn stuff up because now it becomes too loud. So if anything, what I might do is if like a crash cymbal or something like that is just kind of piercing, then I might go in and make a dip, right? Make it a little quieter. But other than that, I just high pass, low pass, and I leave it alone. They typically do not need to be boosted, right? So let's go out. Okay, so we lost it there, and let's try. Fine with it being right here. Lost a little bit of volume, so let's return that. Boom. All right. So we have our ride cymbal here. Can we find where? All right, so for this one, check it. It's a little bit different, right? Can I get to the point where maybe we can get it to right? So, this one's kind of the same. It's more up here. Sometimes you'll find it like more down here, and that's a different thing. So with this particular sound, we're actually kind of lucky we can do the same thing. So of course we'll come in, clear what we can. Can we lose that? And then same thing here. Just take out some of that brightness. That way when it's up, right? Boom, done. So in this case, we actually got lucky. It's actually the same. But typically when I hear it, right? Because they don't sound as the frequency range, and typically you find them lower. But in this case, looking at our EQ there, it's right up there with the rest of them. So, all right. So let's go and apply that same thing. So it looked like once I got to about 500, that was good. And then again, let's sync that to about, should be okay. It doesn't look like we lost any kind of volume, which is perfect. Still the same. So boom, that's it. So we have all of our drums cleaned up, right? So we'll go over here to our drum bus, and this is where it gets a little fun, right? So what we're gonna do to all of our drums is we routed them to a bus. So anything we do on this bus is going to apply to all of the sounds that we have routed to this channel, right? So I'm going to drive this signal here. So with saturation, basically what we're doing is we're pushing a sound basically to and somewhat past its limits. And the closer that we're getting, you're starting to get this subtle distortion. It's not like the digital distortion where it's immediate and it's just, right? But it's more of a subtle thing. And so what we end up getting is kind of like in our low end, like our kicks and things, we get warmth, right? And then in those higher frequencies, we get what they call upper harmonics. But essentially, all it is just adding more energy, right? We're just bringing this thing as close to zero as we can get, maybe even a little past, because the VU meters are on average. So even though it's passing zero, maybe on average, it's kind of peaking past it a little bit, but not too much. But as we start to pass this, you start to hear that saturation or that distortion being applied, right? So now that this is more energetic, turn on volume. Let's see. Actually, I should have checked what our bus was looking like. Okay. A little bit more. All right, so without that little extra energy we gave it, this is what it sounds like. And it's just enough to push it through, to cut through the mix, the rest of the other sounds and stuff that are going on, right? Now you can hear it that much better. Then we're going to combine that with compression. So with our compression, we're doing two things. We are closing the gap in the dynamic range, right? So we're squashing down the peaks, bringing it closer to the valleys. And then again, we have to return volume. So as we return the peaks back up to the volume, the highest volume it was peaking at, it also turns up the valleys, right? So it makes the louder sounds quieter and it makes the quieter sounds louder, right? As we go to return the volume. So what'll essentially happen here is we'll get more consistency across the drums, right? The lowest or the quietest sounds that we have playing in our drums are what? They're our hats, right? Our cymbals. So when we do this, you'll get to hear the cymbals just a little bit better, right? We're not going to come in here and completely squash the dynamic range, but we are going to do enough to where it's a little more even across the board. Yo, Leonor in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing this evening? So for drums, like on the drum bus, right, a 10-to-1 ratio is a good place to start. We don't have a 10-to-1 on here, but we do have a 12-to-1, so we're going to start there. Right? So I got my ratio at 12-to-1, and we're going to start. Well, we'll probably get a faster attack time, right? And we do have a fast release time, but I can maybe make that a little faster. And then let's go. We'll drive this till we start moving our needle. Typically, I like to start at about -3. But as you cross -6, you'll start noticing the sound becomes a little too squashed. So as a general rule, right, don't pass the -6 unless your intention is to look for something that sounds kind of squashed. If you have to, if you're not getting what you're looking for by the time you reach like -6 dB of compression or attenuation, then maybe try turning up your ratio, right? Make a I want to say I'm gonna say tough, maybe that's not it, but it's just more of like a harder ratio, right? So that you can kind of control, right, and get the dynamics where you want it to, right? So that'll work. So if we take these two away, if we add them, all right, so it makes the drums just stick out that much more. It cuts through the mix better, right? And that concludes our drums. And now we can start here with our instruments. Get our instruments together. Once we get those mixed, we'll do some panning, and then I'm going to apply some reverb and kind of do something with the mix bus, and we'll be done. Hold on. I like loud, make it loud, and then order Taco Bell. Oh, Taco Bell? Is that what you could? Is that the best you got, man? Taco Bell? What kind of bathroom you got? That's what I want to know. Cause I'm using your bathroom. If I gotta eat Taco Bell, I'm using your bathroom. All right. I just want you to know ahead of time. Taco Bell, man. What? All right, so let's take our piano here. Saturation. It's kind of like sugar, kind of like salt, right? Take your pick. Pretty much good on just about anything, right? So don't be afraid to use it. If you feel like something's just not cutting through, it needs more energy. Your bass, you feel like it needs more. Don't hesitate to do saturation. The worst thing you want to do is try and use volume to make up for something that could be achieved with another tool in your arsenal, right? If we want to get more energy, let me just drive this just to make a point here. All right, bring our volume back where we had it. Now, this is kind of an extreme. You see it slamming here, right? No tape saturation, tube saturation, there's no nothing. Then we turn it on. Okay, you hear all the energy that's being driven into that sound, but it's still at the same volume. Okay? Don't try and take volume and try and do that when that's not the answer, and the answer is actually another tool that you have that you can use to get your sound the way that you want it, right? I've seen too much where people are mixing stuff and they're trying to take EQ and up the treble here and there because they're trying to turn something up or make it sound louder on one side, and it's like you don't need to do that. Actually, a lot of the stuff you need to do is turn it down. Right? Turn it down, and then as everything kind of blends together, right? Because you still have a final phase, right? You have your mix and you have your master, and during the master, we're gonna make it as loud as we can get it. So don't try to master the mix, right? In other words, you're not trying to take your mix and make a master out of it before you're done, before the mastering process, because now you have a problem during the mastering process, right? It's gonna make it far harder to get your song to sound really good. Our job when we're mixing, right, as a mixing engineer, is to create a balanced track, right? Once that track is balanced, then when you get to mastering, if you want to add, more into the low end or something like that, then you do that. And we can shape it, right? But our goal in mixing is just to get even, consistent sound where everything is playing just as loud as the other, right? And we want to be able to hear this across the spectrum. And then when we get to master, we want to get a bass heavy track or something like that, we could do that. But it starts with getting the balance. It starts with putting the ingredients into the bowl for that cake you're about to bake, right? Stir it and get a nice consistency, right? If you start slacking on ingredients and slacking on trying to get it consistent, you're gonna put this thing in the pan, you're gonna put it in the oven, and guess what's gonna happen to your cake? I'm not saying I'm not saying that I'll talk about your cake. I'm just saying it might not be what you expect it to be, and everybody else will look at it and expecting to see a well-rounded, nicely shaped cake, and yours might have some holes and bumps and stuff in it, lumps. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right? So, yeah, saturation is a great way. Some of you distortion plugin, right? Whatever you can do to drive that signal and give it more energy, that's a lot better. I wouldn't put distortion on the piano necessarily, but you get what I'm saying, right? You could, or I would say like a distortion plugin, because technically we're gonna add some distortion, but like a distortion plugin, like this overdrive, like something you will put on like for a guitar. No, don't do that. Don't take your piano and start doing this. Eventually, once you hit that spot, you're gonna realize and be like, you know what? I don't think this is it. All right, so take this. A lot of times people use tape saturation, but there are different types of saturation or different sources, right, that people use to create their saturation. And for whatever you choose to use, that's fine. They all got something a little different that they bring to the table, but what's kind of more popular is the tape source, right? So alright, some more energy in the piano. Oh, aren't we just... Alright. It's fine. Bring our volume back. And when you do this, it has kind of like a limiting effect too. It almost kind of acts as a limiter, so, you know. Put that down too low. Try it again. Think that'll be fine right there. Then we're gonna do some EQ. Again, that same thing. We're looking to take what we can from the low end, take what we can from the high end, right? Kind of shape it, give it its own little spot, and then we can start working from there. So here at about 100, we get more like low end in the piano, but my thing is, or kick, the snare, right? They were more down in that 100, 200 kind of thing. Plus you have your bass guitar and sub bass. Are you really going to hear the low end in that piano as those sounds are playing, right? Listen to it. You don't miss it, right? Even though it's gone right now, miss it because there are other elements here, and that's what we want to do, right? So as long as we can still keep that sound as it is, we can take as much as we can from it without greatly affecting the sound and it's sounding like this, okay, then we've done our job. We've gone as far as we could, and bam. So that might be too far. Let's bring it about right here. That should be okay. Right. Up just a little bit, and let's bring out this mid EQ of ours. We already cut it like 50, right? So sounds about right here. Let's check here. And right here is kind of viable too, but it sounds more so here. So what we're gonna do is move this to 500. Like I said, anytime you find that hollow boxy area, when you start to cut into that frequency, it almost just like tightens up that sound, right? So now you have a nice, sounds good. It just sounds good. Same thing with vocals and stuff like that. Might I add, a lot of you, especially if you're streaming, right? Your own voice, right? And you have the same filters, you have the same tools, you have EQ, you have compression, you have that stuff. Learning how to use this stuff is actually going to help you when it comes to your stream and your sound, right? Um, I do my filters on my stuff as well. I do need to go back and fix the filters on my mic. Outside of that, everything else is taken care of. My desktop audio, like when you're listening to games and stuff like that, I don't go in and like EQ, but I do have a compressor on it. Right? Why? Because I play a lot of horror games, and there's a lot of stuff that just jumps out and is like yells. It's really louder than like the normal volume of the game. Or if I'm playing shooter games and it's like a big low end explosion, and so I use compression as that sound gets too high, push the volume back down so it keeps the volume consistent. So a lot of times y'all might hear something come out and scream, but it doesn't sound super loud to you, right? It might sound like that to me, but it never hits the stream like that, right? Same with the music. Sometimes I play music, it's a little louder, and some tracks are a little lower, but I can use the compression to make sure the tracks, no matter what's playing, is about consistent for every song. Doesn't matter what I'm playing, right? So there's things that you can use for your stream, and these tools that I'm talking about, they apply to anything in your stream, right? The delay, probably wouldn't use that, but that's a thing, right? Um, Plus, I got effects for that stuff anyway, right? The reverb, right? Some people call it echo. Reverb is a room. That's it. You just create a room, you create a space. You can create a big space, a small space. You can control the reflections. But if you're trying to get an echo, like, hey, 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 that's delay. So you use reverb in combination with delay, and you create a nice little room with some feedback and stuff, right? So all of it you'll use, right? So you understand that stuff, you can go and you can actually take your audio for your stream to another level, right? I'm not up close to my microphone. My microphone's over here, but as I'm talking, you can hear it pretty consistently, right? Because all those things are in there, and it's making sure that it's good. Now, if I go back like too far, you're definitely going to start noticing it because at the speed that my voice is traveling, right, and the size of the mic, and then not being able to catch everything that I'm saying. But then the closer I get to it, right, it'll start picking up more of it. So let's go here. Let's try and find where we can get some clarity in this piano. Okay, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut combined store. Trying to put me in the hospital. Don't get me wrong though, I like Pizza Hut though, but the Taco Bell, man, I don't know what they be doing with those burritos and stuff, but man, it's like, and you gotta go after a while, and then you might be there for a while. I'm just saying. I don't like this sound, but I think I'm gonna go for here. Okay, cool. And I think I'm gonna leave it like that. So, remember I was talking about the sound stage earlier. So typically when you're seeing the piano on stage, like how do you see it, right? The piano usually turned to the side, right? Usually the right side of the piano is aimed at the audience, which means the higher octaves of the piano, the audience first, right? So we go to do that EQ and we're going to boost here. And a lot of times the left side is towards the back, right? So it's going to sound quieter and you EQ is accordingly, right? So that you get kind of imitate that positioning, right? So it's pretty much what I did. I didn't drop the low end here. I just didn't boost anything, right? If it was just a piano by itself, different story, right? It might be more centered. It might be turned a different direction, however the case, right? But a lot of times it's on stage, it's sideways, and the higher octaves are what's hitting the audience first. It's what you hear, right? Because those higher frequencies are shorter waves, right? And those lower frequencies they're longer, right? So that low end eventually will find its way. But those shorter ones, if you turn it the other way, you might lose it. Once it hits the back and it comes to bounce back, you might lose it, right? It might get drowned out by the lower end. So, it's out of here. Okay. And it does look like we kind of have an issue. Some of the notes that we're playing, right? We're getting lower. It's not as consistent in volume. So in that case, we can introduce compression again to close that gap in the dynamic range and try and get this to sound more consistent. Okay, so let's see. We got that. Let's leave this where it's at. This will bring down a little bit more. A little bit more. Let's see where we're at. I might need to go back and change the velocity, but let's see. Yeah, because it jumps up pretty high. So let's go in here. That means we got something that's yeah, it's a little bit. That's okay. Let's just bring these down just a little. Okay, so we're a bit more consistent, and I'm happy with that. So. Okay, do we have this sound? I want to do the same thing here. Yes, it's that same thing. Okay. I think we copy pasted it once I played it. So this might have kind of a similar thing going on. Doesn't look like it, but maybe it's that. I don't know. I like it. I think this was at -21, so. I want to say it was, right? Yeah, it's about there. Six. Let's move it to 8. Lost some volume. Let's bring that back. Okay, it's sweet. So we got 2 spots. Yeah, so I think this is a okay, so what I'm gonna do is, because I can only turn down frequencies once here. The other 2 are for boosting. So but one thing, right, is we have this piano and we have this synth that's playing, right? And they're layered together. We want the piano to stick out, right? We're not looking for the synth to stick out. So by going to that spot, right, and actually turning that down, we actually can bring this to sit behind the piano. Right, so now you hear the piano a little bit better. And you can still hear the synth, right? It sounds like it's under the piano, right? It's a layer. That's what we want it as. Again, just for that consistency. See, we're having some consistent issues. Let me try 8 on this one. Turn this down a little bit more. Turn this up just a little bit. Okay. A bit more. A little bit more. All right, cool. Again, we got two sounds that are playing together. Okay, we decided what was gonna go in the foreground, what was gonna go in the background. We did that, okay? And now we have two sounds that are playing together that you can hear, and neither one sounds like it's kind of fighting to be heard, right? Alright, so let's go back so we can just loop this part. Got an idea. Let's do this first. So I'm actually going to say it's about right here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So let's leave that there. Another close to minus 21. Think that'll do it. And so what I'm doing, because I noticed the low end, once it's going through the tape source, it's kind of like bouncing up here, and then everything else is just kind of like more consistent. So what I want to do is go ahead and do the high pass stuff early and get some of that low end out, and then when we run it through here, maybe we'll get something that's more consistent. When it was playing that low note, it was just like slamming all the way over, right? Like too far. Nothing else was kind of reaching over there. So by doing this first and then placing this, we're able to get something a little bit better, right? It's a little bit more closer. All right, so let's go with that. Oh, we gotta turn it down. That back. Okay. Sounds really see how we're kind of more consistently hitting this. That's what we want. That's going to translate into you actually hearing this a little better, especially when everything else starts playing. We know that volume's going to be consistent. Right? So, bam. Next one. We have our strings. We didn't use the chimes. This is just a little percussive thing, really short, nothing too much. And then, of course, we have our bass. And we have two basses here, so we'll need to layer them, but then done, right? So let's go over to this area where we actually have the strings playing. Same thing here. We're gonna add saturation, give them more energy. Where did I have it? 27. Like I said, a lot of this is very repetitive, but we're only using 5 tools, right? There's a lot of other stuff that can help you out, sure, right? But a lot of it is just a fancy plug-in, right? And there's a knob or there's a button, and it's just like sauce. I don't know. And then you click it and you notice it does something, right? But under the hood, this is the type of stuff it's doing, right? It's still taking the basics. It's just some way that they have their algorithm or what it's going to target, what frequencies, and it's doing it for you, right? But if you understand these, right, just the basic tools, you realize you don't need them because everything that you're hearing from now, some things will make your life easier. Let me not say like you don't need them at all, right? But you don't need them to get to the sound that you want, because at least you know what's going on under the hood and how you can get that same sound. The only thing I will probably say outside of the 5, right, is I mean, you can technically do it with automation, but to make your life easier, right, is going to be, what am I thinking about? Kind of like something to control dynamics, right? Like sidechain compressing. There we go. Right. So when it comes to sidechain compressing, right now the king, the beast is like Soothe. Right. I don't have Soothe. However, I do have a way to sidechain. But for a lot of people, right, kicks 808s kind of thing, it comes in handy. Right. That would be the only other thing I would say to utilize outside of the 5. But even if you didn't do that, you can still make a balanced track and hear everything, right? But in this day and age where trying to get the song to be as loud as possible and like crushing the dynamics out of pretty much everything, yeah, right? Because they go to those, to a certain frequency range and they want that to go under, or they just want it to be missing completely, right? And then they want to keep the rest of it. So when you're actually hearing the kick and bass play together, you're not hearing like the very beginning of the bass. You're hearing like the tail of it, and the kick is hitting, but it's the way they have the sidechain compression set up, right, and the way that Soothe works and why it's touted, right, is that you can actually select the range. So it's not like okay, when the kick hits, the bass ducks under and it just ducks everything, right? All of the like everything gets ducked under. You could just say from 60 hertz to 80 hertz. I just want you to duck the volume there, right? Or from 30 hertz to 100 hertz, I want you to duck it there and the rest of it let it play. So you get this really clean hit and then you just hear that tail end of the bass hit, right? But you're not hearing like a boom from the bass and your kick, right? Like boom on top of each other. And they do that to save headroom, right? You can do that. You don't have to do that. That's on you. But it is something that a lot of people, right, use. And it is something I would say outside of the basics. Get that. Right? If you're gonna get anything, get that and then learn how to utilize that. Here we go. That's getting about 250. Okay. Lost a little volume. Let's go here. Again, this is going to be a background sound, right? It's a supporting sound. I want to say it's here, but let's try this 700. See what it sounds like. I think it's 5, so let's leave it there. So the more we start to cut into this, so now sounds a lot cleaner. It's either here or here, but up a little more. So I want to take another one. I'm going to bring it to that 1.5, right, or 2K range. To 1.5. So, from the string sounding like this and kind of almost sounding like it wants to fight with the piano, it sounds more foreground, to now the strings sounding like they're playing behind the piano and you can actually hear that piano kind of step out in front of it, right? That's what we want. Even as I bring the volume back here, a little bit more. Right? And so even now, what we can do is I can turn off all of the effects we added so far. That's what we started with. This is where we're at now. We're almost done here. We're almost done. Let's focus on this. Let's get our bass right. Then we just got this last thing to actually like mix down, and then again some panning, reverb, and then there's something I want to add on the mix bus. and then done, right? We're done. So let's take our bass guitar here. All these plugins, getting them out the way. All right, so what we want to do is, we know we have two sounds playing the exact same notes, the exact same time, and they're going to be utilizing some of the same, if not the exact same, frequency spaces. Right? So what we want to do is, this guitar is not going to give us as much as we would like, right? Here. You would have to bring this up quite a bit just to kind of make that happen, right? And that's kind of a no-no. So what we're gonna do here is, we're going to, all right, 70, about 80, right? We're going to actually cut that, start from there and roll everything else off. We're gonna keep this. We like this. Let me turn this up a little bit. You could definitely hear that change. That's a nice little spot. Here, right before it kind of started sounding a little different. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna do this and have it do that, right? And then on this, you see it's got more stuff going on here, but not so much here, right? We won't let this get too out of control, so we'll do something like that. So this is about 40 hertz. So all the sub bass frequency, usually that's from 60 below, right? 60 hertz and below. So we're gonna do that. Boom, give that. We already cut it like 80 on the bass guitar, right? So this is gonna have almost pure rain over the sub bass frequencies. However, it doesn't have much going on over here, which that's what we're going to use the bass guitar for, right? And so we boosted that. We'll cut here just to make sure, right? No buildup. And then we'll have that play like that. So you'll have something that can actually come in and give that rumble from the guitar. And a lot of older music, right? Michael Jackson songs, whatever. You find videos. They layer the bass guitar player with synth bass. It's playing together, right? And it just makes the bass guitar sound a little fatter, right? And it kind of sits in there and it handles that really low end, while you still get a lot of the characteristics from the guitar, right? So that's how we're gonna play it. Let's get rid of it. That's how we're gonna play it going in. So that's our game plan. All right, the same thing here. Going to some saturation. It kind of doesn't need it, but you know, because it's got its own set of tools in here, right? So it's got amps and EQs and stuff like that. So it's kind of already doing its thing. But I just want a little bit more out of it, so I'm not gonna drive it like too much, but just a little bit is fine. I could live with that. And of course we didn't put that on the bass guitar, because why would I? So just a little bit more energy, just so that those mid-range frequencies that we're gonna keep have a little more energy in there. That's cool. bring this in here again. We're gonna cut about 80. To about 4K just to be safe. Now that decides to come in. Yeah, a little more clean, right? So let's take this. We still gotta clean it. I think I know what I'm gonna do. So right here, you can kind of hear that hollow sound coming from it. So we can actually cut into this. Now the cool thing about this is it's kind of doubles. Sometimes when you have bass, I don't care what bass you're playing. It could be an 808, it could be something you made out of with oscillators, something more synthy. It could be a bass guitar, whatever. A lot of times when bass is playing in the with the rest of the track, sometimes it can sound too forward, right? Sometimes it can sound like it's with your snare. Right? Sometimes you get that. Right? Especially if you're just like holding a note or something and the snare's hitting, right? Because the snare, right, especially like the bass of it, not so much like the the high end of the snap of that snare, because usually the bass doesn't extend that far unless you're dealing with an 808. But right there in those mid-range frequencies, right, the 200, 300 hertz, that's where the bass of your snare is. So if the bass is ringing there, sometimes it conflicts with your snare. So what you could do is, right, and you can hear that sounds kind of hollow, kind of muddy, is you can actually cut that. And what happens when you cut it, it actually, one, it does two things. One, it helps the bass to actually sit in the background with the rest of the mix, right? Kind of behind the kick and all that. And two, it lets your snare breathe, right? So now it doesn't sound like it's kind of out there fighting with your snare. Right? The same thing if you had like as opposed to now it's just kind of like just all across, right? You can hear it just kind of fighting with these things, but right, nicer. Also what we could have done before too. Right here, and again, right, that little area for the snare and helping it sit in the mix better, great. But this area, right, is how we kind of boosted our kick, right? So the bass is going to be playing while the kick's going. We don't want them kind of problems. So drop, hear the kick better while the bass is playing. And the thing is, we're not looking to necessarily hear the bass. We just want to feel the bass. Right? So once we do that, goal accomplished. We want the rumble from the bass. We want the sub bass frequencies from the bass, right? We don't care to hear bass at 60, 70, 80, 100, 120 hertz. We just don't care for it, right? It's not so melodic where It's like, yeah, we need that. No, when we hear the bass go, we're expecting speakers, we're expecting vibration, right? And you're just not getting it like that at those ranges like you are 30, 40, 50, 60 hertz, right? So drop it a little bit here because our kick is also here. That lets the kick breathe. Notice we're not like completely cutting it out or anything. Just enough. Kick hits, I can actually hear the kick clearly. That's all we're wanting. That way you can still turn that up and you can still hear the kick come through pretty nicely. Alright. And let's go here and do that. Okay. Now, let's go and take our sub bass here. What I want to do with this, do some compression first. Get some consistency. That can stay. Then run that through here. We have some consistency as it's crossing over. All right. So it's not like some of the lower frequency notes are crossing over, and then as some of the higher ones come in, it's just like, and it barely moves. So we want to get that, squash that, right? Close that range in the dynamic gap, or close the gap in the dynamic range. Man, I just flipped that. And then so it's more consistent as it hits, and then as we drive that through the tape source, we get a more consistent needle, right? And so when we get into that point where we're getting the distortion, the saturation, right, it gets applied to everything because everything is crossing that threshold. Yo, Tony, appreciate the follow. How you doing this evening? Thank you for stopping by. So now we have this, and then again, so when it comes to the sub frequencies, all right, I know what you want to do, but just hear me out, all right? When it comes to sub frequencies, it doesn't take much sub frequency information to get out of control, right? It doesn't take much. If you come in trying to do something like this, okay, you might hear a nice little rumble on your headphones, but your headphones shouldn't rumble. It shouldn't rumble like that, right? Which tells you one thing. As soon as you go to sit down and play this in the car or some bigger speakers, right, that can actually pick up these sub-range frequencies really good, you're going to get uncontrollable. Like super uncontrollable, right? And you'll be like, what do I need to do, right? What you need to do is not put so much in it, right? So again, we can take that to about 50, about 40, right? And we can actually cut here, just roll it off, and actually it will tighten up your low end, okay? Do you see this? It's still getting from 20, looks like it's going past, right? But from 20 going up, you're still getting that information, but now it's more contained. all right, which is going to translate better when it starts getting on bigger speakers. It should not be rumbling and wanting to blow out your headphones or your studio monitors, but it should sound nice and clean. If it doesn't sound nice and clean, I promise you, the moment you go somewhere else and play that, right, you're going to notice it instantly. And you're going to be going, well, it sounds good on mine. Well, nobody cares, right? This is their system, and they listen to music all the time. It sounds good in their system. So it should sound good when you go to play something in their system, right? Professionally mastered tracks with crazy bass sound very contained in their system. Yours should not be sounding uncontrolled, right? So this is it right here. That's it. It doesn't take 6 dB of 30 hertz. You don't have to do all that, right? If you have to do all that, it's probably time to go find another bass sound. I'm just saying, right? Just keeping it honest. You would have to do far more work to get the sound that you chose. It's not giving you the results that you want through this, than it would be to just go find another sound, right? It's saving you time. So that's what we're gonna do here. So bring that to about 50. Okay. Right. Nice. Now with this, typically what I like to do, and hey, people do what they want, especially with like 808s. I try to, if it's possible, to cut as much of the highs or the mid high as I could, right? Without, starting to lose that 808. The reason being is because you have things that live up here, right? We're boosting pianos at 2K and stuff like that. If you have an 808, when that 808 hits, it's all the way across here. You don't want that, right? Again, we're trying to feel bass. We don't necessarily want to hear bass. So what I typically do is up to about that 1K mark, if I can get it. Let's roll that out. So the other stuff that's playing here, the pianos and your brass and all that, could actually be heard, right? We don't need 808s in 3K hertz range. We don't need all of that, right? We want to be able to hear and feel that. So by the time you get to about 1.5K, on the 808s, it starts to kind of sound more dull. That's why I say, but for me, I like to do that because getting that clarity to come through for everything else, for other sounds that live up in those high frequency ranges. If you want it to actually come through nicely, you have to clean this stuff up. You have to ask your question, does it need to be there? Am I going to miss it? Right? Bypass it. Am I going to miss this? If you're not going to miss it, then it doesn't matter. Right? So look at this. This is about 1.2 where it starts to, you can't even hear that, right? There's nothing I can do to get you to hear that, right? So coming in here and emptying this room and turning this stuff down, right? Because again, if we don't do that with each and every sound, you're going to get buildup. That little bit stacked with another little bit, stacked with another little bit, and the total volume, the sum of the volumes in those frequency ranges. And before you know it, you got yourself a mid-range problem, right? So clean up things as much as you can. I'm not going to miss cutting here. So in that case, we just take that out, right? And in the case of 808s, you might need to pull back a little bit more, right? Get around here or something like that and make a low pass. This isn't low pass, but still, make a low pass, get that curve, right? And start allowing those other sounds and things like that to actually breathe up there. And your music, it'll thank you. It'll thank you for that, right? So that's all we're doing here. So I'm bringing this here because I'm not even hearing like any change, right? And you just seen it. It's like 1.2. You could barely hear anything. This is as far as we could bring it, and that's great because past years, all my pianos and stuff like that. So at that point, great. Plus our bass guitar, right? Our bass guitar is kind of vibing up that way. So it's a nice little trade, right? So let's go back. Again, when we get to these, we're dealing with light bass, right? It tends to kind of sit right where your snare, where your kick is, and sometimes it's a little too forward, right? First, let's solve our kick issue, kind of like we did with our bass guitar, okay? So we're just gonna turn it down a little bit, just so that when that kick hits, there's not a clash, okay? Probably should have did this too. Moving a little bit too fast, that's okay. It's a little bit too fast, but that's alright. Was that 15? Alright, then we'll go in here, set this back, see where we are. So we did lose a little bit, okay? So we'll use that gain plugin and that volume. Alright, now let's turn this back on, and this is that dip that we made for our kick. Make sure our volume is about back where it should be, which is great. And now let's turn this on. And again, for the bass guitar, it was about 200 hertz, right? But we could also check this just to be sure. It's here, right? So what we're gonna do is that's going to help bass sit behind, right, the rest of the stuff that's going on, but we're still hearing those sub bass frequencies. Again, we don't care for this like that, right? We don't. If anything, it just causes problems. So by cutting into this area, you actually get the bass to kind of sit behind your drums and everything else. You can hear the snare clearly, right? You got a dip in the kick, you can hear the kick clearly, but those super bass frequencies, those super low frequencies, you can still feel that, right? Not a problem. And then again, we have these two acting out together, right? So the way we EQ'd it, it might sound like one, but it's actually two. What we can go further and do is route this so I could see the sum of the two basses that are playing, right? And you can see we're kind of up here above where we would like it. So at the end of the day, we could bring this down back to a level where we had it. That's gonna also help make that sound cool, right? So that's something we can do. All right, one last sound, and it's a small one, so. Last sound, let's get that wrapped up, right? So what we're gonna do is, I'm not gonna have saturation to it, more background kind of stuff anyway. Let's see. I get the feeling this isn't where I want it. It's so here. So let's roll that off at about 750. 8K, we start to lose a little bit, and that is fine. We can still hear the sound. We just lose some of that brightness, right? So again, turning that up, gonna sound a lot better than hearing all that harshness, right? The air. So let's see. I And I had this at was it minus 18? I had a minus 21. All right, cool. So let's take this. All right, cool. And then we're gonna add, already pulled up 750. So a lot of this we don't have to worry about really. Sounds like a little, still hear a little bit from here, so put a dip in that one. Yeah, not that it really matters. Sound about it. It's got a bit more clarity to it. Let's say we take that. Just a bit. All right, so we can now drag, let's leave the bass and drag that here. I'm gonna route all of these sounds here. We have all of our drums, right? Route it here. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to take all of our instruments and put reverb. So right now I'm listening to just the wet signal. Adjusting the decay time. If it's really low, right? If it's too high, right, that can end up being crazy. So we want to find that balance where it just sounds natural to the ear. Maybe if you want to go a little higher, you can. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but we just want to find that spot. For here, we can do a low cut, which is good, right? Even if you're using something like right. So a lot of people do not do this at all. They come in here, they'll do this, right? They'll do this and they'll mess with some stuff over here and then they leave. And then you listening to it, the vocals or whatever, and they want you to give them feedback and you're like, bruh, something with that reverb, right? Here's the problem. When you don't low cut, which is the same thing as high pass, like removing bass frequencies, what you're allowing the reverb to do is occupy the bass frequencies, which could end up being a problem, especially when you got bass playing, because now you can hear the reverb, right? Even though it's not on the bass, it's affecting the bass, right? And all you got to do is just pull up. You know all your instruments are past 1K. Pull up to like 900 hertz and kill all the low end out of that reverb. And your bass will thank you for it, right? So you still have to do that. And then your high cut and low pass, those terms are interchangeable. They mean the same thing. Cut, high, or low pass, right? So you have a curve. Everything to the left of that curve passes through, which means all the lower frequencies and all the higher frequencies get cut off. So it's called a low pass for a reason. Same with high pass, right? You get a curve. Everything to the right of that curve passes through, right? The higher frequencies. And to the left of that curve is the lower frequencies. They get cut, right? Non-existent, right? That's your high pass. But if you also see low cut, understand that means the same as high pass. And when you see a high cut, that means the same as low pass, okay? So you still got to come in here with the reverb. You still got to fix that. Otherwise, all that bass in the reverb in that room you created is now being highlighted. We don't want that, right? Now you get something that sounds cleaner. Now only the frequencies from 1 to 4K, right? 1K to 4K are being affected by the reverb and not everything else, right? So that. Here, unfortunately, we do not have the option of going very far. However, we want to bring this up as much as possible because, again, that's going to start affecting things on the low end, right? And we don't want that. So, go back. But we can control the volume, right? For the bass of the reverb and the treble, right? So if I want to drag this down, drag this up, right? So even though we can't sweep too far to like cut it out, we can still come down here and turn the volume down on things that are still being heard, right? In the bass. So we can drop that a little bit. We can turn up the treble a little bit. I don't tend to like to turn up the treble when it comes to the drums, but with these instruments, you can play around with it, but don't do too much, right? Because that's crazy. It's just crazy. So a couple dB or something like that, that should be okay. And then for the pre-delay, the reverb is kind of occurring as the sounds are playing, right? What we could do is we could drag that. It's only in milliseconds, so this is really fast, but we can kind of offset it, okay? So that at the moment when we hit the piano, there's kind of this delay before the reverb occurs, right? To get you something that sounds a little bit more natural. But not too much where you won't notice it. Let's turn this down a little bit. That's without it. That's with it. It's subtle, but it works. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the drums over here. Sounds like you're at a you're like at a concert, but you're like outside of the concert area. You're just like walking up to that place. Alright, so let's take these out. Alright, here we can actually kind of hear this a little better, right? So if I turn this all the way down, right? So we want to keep it, make it sound a little bit more natural. The more like this, the bigger it's gonna kind of make the room, give you that feel. So take it back about here, that's fine. Again, I want to kind of keep that reverb out of the low end as much as possible. Three. I'm going to do the same thing here, because if I turn this up too much, you can kind of hear that. And I'm not saying you may not want that, but in a lot of cases, you may not want that there, right? But you still want the kind of the roam, right? So let's put this to about 1 maybe. I don't want to do too much on it. I like it. And then with the pre-delay, kind of hear the delay between the sound hitting and then the reverb, right? So we just do a little, just so it's not right on top of it. Great. Blend this in. I want it like super present. We have this this depth, this room that we created. If I turn this off, you can hear just how plain it sounds without it than with it, right? right? When you're building and you're making that beat and all that, it sounds cool. Till you throw reverb on your drums and then take it off, and you realize just how stale it's just there, right? And what room is this in, right? It's just there, so dry. But to kind of add that, just kind of add some depth to it, right? So, maybe you got a little solo part. You could just hear it a little bit. And you're like, okay, drummer's banging his song in the room. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't sound like you're thinking about your own music now, right? You can definitely create like a bus, right? And just put the reverb on there and route everything through it. However, that's the way I like to do it. And yeah, so with all that being added, now we can go here. And what I would like to do is do some panning, right? I kind of talked a bit about the tools and all that stuff, right? Panning. Energy flows in from your left to your right. So your EQ here, right? Starts at 0, and then as you go to the right, frequency gets higher, higher, and higher. Alternatively, you can take your right hand, put it over your right ear, right? Just kind of press in a little bit, not too much. You don't want to hurt yourself, but just enough where you can't hear there and speak. Listen to anything that's playing. All of the low frequency information is more pronounced in your left ear than the high frequency information. Okay. Likewise, if you do the same thing with your left ear and speak, all the high frequency information is more pronounced in your right ear, and the low frequency information is not as pronounced, right? So, in other words, if you have some sounds and you're unsure where to pan them, use your ears, right? If it's something more on the low end that you're trying to pan, is something at 250 hertz or something, your left ear is going to pick it up better than your right ear can, right? Now, I get it. You might have a ton of sounds and something might need to move to the right. That's a low frequency sound, and that's okay. But your first thought should be lower frequency. It needs to be panned somewhere to the left. 25%, 45%, doesn't matter, right? Even when you think about your drums, as the drummer sitting there and playing, right? Good example. You have your snare, right? Your kick. And then over a little bit past the snare is what? The close and the open hat, right? So to the drummer, it's on the left, right? But to the people in the audience, you're turned the other way. So it sounds, you hear it in your right, okay? So when you're looking up on where to pan your hats, they tell you to the right. But don't forget, your ride cymbal, drummer, is going to reach over here on his right, which means you're going to hear it what? On your left. So even though we came in here, right, and we did what we did, I'm still going to take this, even though it was at like, 17K, right? And I'm still going to pan this over to the left. That's how it's set on the set, right? However, if I ever just didn't know, right, naturally, as I'm listening to it, I'd be like, this sounds more of a upper, higher frequency rate. I need to move that to the right, okay? But then you run into a problem where you have your closed hats, your open hats, your cymbal, right? That's a little further off from where the closed and open hat is. So at that point, what do? Right? Something's got to move. And the thing that's more consistent is your closed hat. So you're going to move that here. And then you're going to move your ride cymbal here, right? So a lot of the work, when you think about it, has been taken out for us, right? There's people who sat around, had this information, right, as they went to go build this thing and thought, hey, right? And as you have more, you can have stuff everywhere. But at the basic, right? That basic drum set, that basic drum kit, that's how it's made. So So I'm going to take the closed and the open hats. I'm going to pan them the same amount. Why? Because when the open hat plays, there's no closed hat, right? Because it's the same instrument. So I can afford to pan them in the same direction, the same amount, because technically that's how it works, right? If I started moving stuff again, you could have a set that has more than one, but typically you're not gonna find that, right? So for the crash, I'm gonna move it just slightly further to the right, and then for this, I'm gonna move it to the left. Now, for the drum bus and for a lot of the bass frequencies, especially in the drums and the bass, right? We don't typically need it in the stereo field, right? So we can drop that into mono. Now, normally I would go within, pick the individual stuff, right? And move accordingly. However, I can do the same thing right here, right? So if I bring this into mono, say about 25, 30%, right? Then it starts to take those lower frequencies up to a point, puts it in mono, leaves the rest of it in stereo. Right? Same with the bass. If I turn this fully into mono, we're gonna kind of mess up, right? Because our bass guitar is actually playing up to like 1K and stuff like that. So if I put this fully into mono, you start to actually lose the bass guitar. So again, we could try that same thing. Let's move it to about 30%. Okay, so those lower frequencies are now being sent mono here. We'll hear that more here, and then everything else you're gonna hear somewhere out here, right? I think that's okay. So these two are playing together. If anything, this will probably go into mono a little bit, right? Because it's supposed to be a layer to the piano and it's kind of under it. And we're not really trying to hear it out there like that, right? But what I'm gonna do is not do that. I'm gonna leave them as they are since it is a layer, but we're gonna play with volume, right? So now that we got our panning together, and now that we got everything mixed, right? Let's but here's what it sounded like before. We had our pre-mix, we had no effects or anything like that. This is what we started out with. This was our rough draft. And now that we're done mixing everything, all the sounds and stuff, this is what it sounds like now. So the very last thing we're gonna do, now that we've done all of that, now that we can see still here, we're still at our target range of being between -3 and -6. After all that we did, we kept everything consistent. We kept the volume consistent through all our changes. Now what we can do is go over here and start to kind of adjust these to kind of blend the track in a little more. All right. So even if we lose a little bit more volume, that's okay. That's okay. But we're gonna blend this in a little bit more. actually think the drums sound fine. Maybe here we can maybe bring it down a little bit. I think that's fine. Too low. Take it to about here for right now. This, we said we could bring this down. About right at 6. This is fine. We're peaking about there. And the last thing I'm gonna do on this mix bus here, I'm going to run this channel strip. That light keeps going off too often, right? Because the light going off means we're clipping. If it's too often, no good. No good, all right? So let's find where we have kind of everything coming in. It's going to be about here. We can change this to drive it more, but typically I find you can drive it, but the sound, it seems to take a hit in like the volume. So I just keep it low, turn it up. That seems to work a little better. There may be cases where you would want to change this and actually drive it. I haven't found that use for it yet. Alright, now if it does it like once every few seconds or something, that's okay, right? Something just kind of escaping through. What we don't want is just constantly, flashing, right? That's too much. So let's turn on our EQ. We have one where it's locked in at 10 kilohertz, right? This is more your high range. This is locked in at 110. All you can do is run the volume for these. Here we can kind of select the frequency, right, or the range that it's going to affect, and then we can control the volume. So hear how this kind of brightens up and opens up the track. Get a little more low in here. And good thing we cleaned up everything, right? Because this is only at 110. So as it starts to boost this, and maybe these might be shelves, so maybe it's starting from 110 going back. If we hadn't have done that, we'd have trouble when we go here to kind of raise this stuff, right? Same thing we hear. If we didn't go and high pass, low pass, EQ, pan and do all that stuff beforehand, we'd have trouble running it through here, right? We'd have trouble. The way it starts to sound, you'd be like, okay, it sounds like I can hear it's more clear, but something still, and you'll be fighting. What I like to do, and this could be wrong, but it sounds good to me. I like finding that problem area in the mid range, right? I like to just turn this down. That way, the overall track, it just kind of tightens it up, but not too much, right? So as you can see, it's like 1 dB, right? Not too much, because this is the entire track we're talking about. If I start going too far, then it starts sounding crazy, right? But just want a little bit. Actually, move it to like 2. Alright, we're gonna turn on this compressor. So what I noticed is once it passes like that 2 dB range, you start getting a pumping sound. Right? So I don't let it pass 2 dB. Right? We just want a little bit. This track should be balanced already, so there's really no need to come in here and try and squash it. If you feel like you gotta do that to get this to sound consistent or even, you need to go back, right? Back at Target. Right, change out this one. I usually use this limiter when I'm creating this stuff just because it doesn't have any like latency as this one does. So now we can add this one. I'm going to set the ceiling to -1. We can see actually impacting our limiter. We're getting about 1 dB of limiting done, right? So we got this about as loud as we can get it, and now we can send this mix out to somebody. They can listen to it, and they can tell us what they feel about it, right? But if anything, right, when it gets time to actually do the thing, you're gonna record or whatever, yeah, you don't want this limiter on here, right? You want to keep it the way that it is, let them add their vocals, and then boom, if they want to limit it after that or send it in for mastering, let them do that, then that's fine, right? But to put this out on the internet, to let people hear it at least, right, fill in those extra dBs, right, from your mix so they can hear it at least as loud as we can kind of get it without mastering, we could do that, right? Then when it's time to actually go master, they can go and add their stuff, right? So say you're gonna put this on like BeatStars or something, great, as something that they can play back, cool. But if they're going to buy a license where you have to have the stems or whatever, like don't do this, right? When they listen, yeah, but when they go to actually buy the beat or whatever, then it needs to be -3. You need to actually give them the beat at the mix volume that you had it, right? Whatever. This one's at -6, fine. Give it to them like that. Let them rap, turn up the volume, whatever they need to do, and then let them go from there. If they mess it up, they mess it up. But at least your mix is at the target level. It's got headroom for the mastering engineer, right? So after the artist records, that's still part of the mix, right? And they're gonna blend in the vocals with your beat, and then let them put a limiter on it or send it to a mastering engineer, blah, right? And that's out of your hands. So I'll definitely give this a listen tomorrow, right? Fresh ears. We've been sitting here, right? I've been talking, we've been walking through this thing for what's it been? Let me double check. Been a couple hours, right? And then I'll give this a listen tomorrow, right? Make any little final adjustments or something that needs to be made, and then this is done, and we can balance this out. But that's That's pretty much it. That's the process. And again, it's EQ, it's compression, saturation, delay, which we didn't use any here, but it definitely has its use, right? And reverb. Those are the five most important tools that you're going to need to be able to basically mix any track, any song, right? If you can understand those, you can do it. The rest of that stuff is more like, you know, you're making a beat and you just, a phaser or something like that, right? And it's just like this stuff that's kind of extra to shaping the sound the way you want to, but that should be done before mixing, right? When you actually get to the mixing process, those are the only tools you need. And like I said, with the exception, because it's kind of made its way around, right? Of Soothe and having that side chain, where you can kind of target certain frequencies, right? To actually side chain, which works a lot better than the normal ways we side chain. Outside of that, right? You really don't need anything else. You really don't. Everything can be done with the tools you have, stock tools. I used to sit here and mix stuff down in FL Studio with the stock tools. I'm telling you. So once I got this stuff, it was just simply a matter of understanding the parameters. Like when I pull this up, I thought these were decibels. I thought these were decibels. They're not. They're just here, right? So you don't really know how many dB you're boosting something or cutting something, right? And so I used to think, oh, three, I'm just put 3 dB here and do. No, if you end up doing this and it sounds the way, like just go with it, right? These are more like you can't see. The only thing you can do is hear. Does it sound the way you want it to? And in that point, then it's there, right? So I had to kind of do some research, some digging, kind of learn how some of these things kind of operated, like what shapes are we getting, right? Because you don't see anything, and so by learning that stuff, then that kind of click, 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 click. It only took me a few days, and now I actually like using these as opposed to having like a parametric EQ where I could see this and that and get super surgical, because this actually kind of, right, from 200 to 300. I can't go in at 250. I can't sit here and like spend 5 minutes like trying to, it's just here or here, here or here, here or here. And it actually made my workflow faster, right? It actually made it faster. So, yeah. The more I got used to them, I'm just like, you know what? This is it. This is what I'm using. Yo, lady standing in the building. Appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this evening? We just finished mixing this down. I'll give another listen to it tomorrow, make any little final adjustments, and then I'm gonna bounce this bad boy out, and it'll be ready to go. Something a bit more on the chill side of things. How you doing? How have you been? You got anything planned for this evening? Wait, did I get that right? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Alright. I'm happy with the way that turned out. Again, I'm trying, right? I'm trying. I'm moving as fast as I can. Um, Eventually, what do I have right now? 1, 2, 3, about 10, maybe a couple more here. Let's say like 12. And I think I got 2 more here that I need to listen over, bounce out. So we're kind of approaching that 20, which is nice. I can't wait to roll these out. A lot of the ones that I already have up, I have like 35 instrumentals up, but they're about a couple of years old, right when I started this project. And then I kind of fell off, and I've been practicing and doing all this stuff. So there's some of them that I still like that I think we'll still keep on the playlist, but the rest of them are getting dumped, and they're gonna get replaced with these, right? And I'll be happy when I'm actually able to put these up for you guys to use. And then I'm going to build a spot in my Discord where you can actually get like the MP3 files for those who may want to use any of these, like in their videos they put on social media or whatever, right? I understand there's an issue with DMCA takedown requests and all that stuff, so I do this for you guys, right? Music industry can go to hell. they really can, right? That's just how I feel. That's kind of messed up. You know, people pay, right? They pay these platforms to be able to play the music and have access to certain catalogs. And where they kind of irked my nerves was, right, and this started, of course, they went after Twitch because they're the largest platform, right? But their whole thing was they wanted streamers, right? Because they see how big the streaming thing was getting. They wanted streamers to start paying for licensing to be able to play the music, right? Because the way they see it is, you know, once you do this affiliate thing or partner thing, like, you're a business. When you sign that paperwork, you're signing, right, as a business, right? So they're looking at this to try and tax you like any other business, a club or something like that. And I'm sorry, that just didn't sit well with me. A bunch of people are just sitting in their room playing video games or whatever they're doing, right? And here you come, greedy mother rat bastards, come in here and start going, we want some of this money now. We gotta start. Oh, nah, man. That didn't feel good anyway. You're already screwing the artists. We already know the 360 deals and all that. Like, they're not getting money like they used to. Now for you to start preying on content creators. And I said it myself, I was like, why are they coming after the people who are just in their room playing video games and trying to vibe with other people? I could see if they were going after like DJs, and it was just last year that program rolled out, didn't it? Yeah, I know y'all ain't that stupid, but anyway, that made me mad. And so, hi, my name is Sigma the Majestic, and I make music when nobody's paying attention until this stuff came around. And so, yeah, slowly fading from gaming to creating music that you guys will have access to, and you don't have to worry about me knocking on your door about it. What time is it right now? It's about 10:30ish. Can I come back 10:45? I'll come back 10:45, and let's do the Outlast Trials. For those of you on, you know what? I won't even do that. I'm gonna come back when I play the Outlast Trials. So, those of you on YouTube, if that ain't your thing, I'm sorry. Much love. Thank you for stopping by. And we'll definitely be back, Monday? And we'll do some more music. I'm trying to leave my weekdays for, you know, making music and stuff like that. And then have my weekends. We play games. Alright, so I'm gonna go stretch, check on my daughter, things like that, right? Go check on some of the other streamer friends or something like that, show some support. I'll be back, and we're gonna do the Outlast Trials, cause before I came out front and center with this music stuff, I was real big on horror, right? 5 years ago, ain't nobody got a horror library like me. I dare them, say something. I'll be back. Peace.
This is another Ron production. This is another Ron production. Legion of Tunes. This is another Ron production. This is another Ron production. This is another hit Ron production.
Legion of Tunes.
All right, I am back. Let's get going. Let's get it. Could we? That'll work. Let's go. Yeah, that's right. Bring it back. Bring it back. Let's go. Yeah, what you got? What you got? Ah, come on. Ah. Oh, you want a rematch? I'll get you after this. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Okay, what we gonna do? Yeah, why not?
This is another Ron production.
Is your discernment of our God?
Legion of Tunes.
Yeah, let's go.
You okay?
The shuttle is ready.
You are the exterminator. Only we can tell you what is true. There is a snitch inside the prison, preparing to testify against our truth. Kill the snitch.
Please proceed.
I heard it too low. Thank you.
There's something.
What is? Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We have laws.
We should grab that.
nice.
You're not gonna do this. What over here?
Another one?
If I always go, you'll go in. Doctor, lawyer, and your priest.
Not a chance. A+, I'll take it. I'll take it.
This is another hit Ron production.
Legion of Kings.
Pilots ready for subjects. Please proceed to the shuttle. Education and faith must follow our mandates. Children will learn obedience. Shape them young, and they're ours for life. Teach the children. Give them first communion, and we will let you out.
All right, let's keep going. Okay. About time. Let's go.
room, class, for a reading from 1 Corinthians.
There's a room over here where I'm at. It's over here, the last room.
You see that?
This is another Ron production.
speed round. Like, yeah, either way. I just wanted
This is my body, which is broken. And also,
No items, no items. Alright.
Agents must enter trial shuttle.
You see that?
Alright. Oh, got an A. What did I do? What? That should have been an A plus. I didn't get hit or anything. With the objectives. Oh, that's bull. I'll take it. Oh, we didn't get the posters. I don't think we got all 5 of the posters. That's alright.
A heroic effort, just shy of perfection. I knew when we chose you that you would be a star pupil. You're learning so much.
This is another hit Ron production.
Legion of Tools.
The Markov Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental attitude.
The therapy is ready. Please enter the shuttle.
You are an adult. The youth will not obey our orders and must be corrected. There are children murdering adults in the root canal. Punish the children, and we will let you out.
We're so happy. Not all of us. Us is some drunken verses. We can't have that, can we, Dr. Daddy? We'll just have to peel those brownies off and make them adjust. I never bored.
I gotta be. I didn't see it ran the same way.
This is another hit Ron production.
Okay. That was a little wild.
You've been bad.
Good stuff, good stuff. GG's. Oh, not an A-. Well, I did kind of step on the glass at the end, probably a couple times. That makes sense. I wasn't expecting that giant. I couldn't walk at that point. I had to run. I could have jumped, I guess, but
This is another hit Ron production.
Legion of Tunes.
You are the exterminator. Only we can tell you what is true. There is a snitch inside the prison, preparing to testify against our truth. Kill the snitch, and we will let you out.
You fucking idiot.
Damn, they just disconnected like that?
That shit's funny as fuck.
God, you're so bad.
I'll do anything you want. Just get me out of here. Please. You know you can't trust them, don't you?
This could come in handy.
This is another hit Ron production.
Let me die.
You see that?
not gonna do this.
Darn it. Come on, man. Oh, not the double. That's, oh shoot, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Bro, why did you start it? I didn't even close the door. There's only 2 of us left. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Run, son. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit. I thought I wasn't gonna make it in time. That's crazy. Darn it. Not the clone. Where'd it go? We're both dead. He left. Why are they so fast, man? That's whack. Why did he have to push it in so early? He had one job, and that was wait. Especially with the big dude down the hall. All you had to do was wait. So we could get away, drag him away, whatever we needed to do, and then start it. Then we wouldn't have to run from the big guy and the cop, right? But no. That is not what happened. He went and pushed that as fast in as he could. That was the wrong thing. You should have waited. Nah, I don't want to retry. I need to get out of here. Like, nah, man. Well, it's not Miller time. Right? It's not Miller time. Why would you? It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Oh my god, I can't. Why would he do that? And they all logged out on me. Scary. Ooh, dude, get it day. All I can do is laugh. It's all I can do is laugh. That's it.
You failed because you're a failure. I don't know why I even
Failed
tried.
because you're a failure. Yeah, nice insult. My feelings are hurt. Oh man. Alright, let's see what we can do. Oh, he pushed us there, that's why. Can we get this one? Who are you looking down at? Huh? Huh? Wait till I get up there. Alright.
Markov wants you to be free.
Let's go. Who next? You? You? Oh, there's no way.
The Markov Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental attitude.
Oh, come on. Come on, son. That's alright. We'll let you have it. You lucky I got in the party. Let's go.
The choice is always yours.
Please enter the shuttle for today's therapy session.
This is another hit.
Here we go. right, next one. It's midnight. Okay. Okay. Not the bombs. I'm in the shadows. Stepped on that. Anyone got an antidote?
No, I got heals.
Oh, save it, save it. don't think they let you switch.
Heals on this corpse over here. Oh wait, actually found an antidote over here.
Appreciate it.
What the fuck is this? Are you getting in the way of my friend's good time? Half the fuck's worse than no fuck at all!
Oh shit.
I fucked out Dorian with my Lupara!
I can't stand this guy. We got two different types of remotes. One's to kill, one's to seek out. So each one carry one, and then just pair up your teams. One with the tracker, one with the kill. They seem like they haven't done this before, so give them a heads up. It's got the key. Yeah, key was in the guy you just killed. Alright, more of the same. So whenever it stops charging or whatever, one of the three other switches is gonna be what you need to pull to keep it going. So it's kind of random. Am I missing something? Did we not get the mannequin? I could have sworn I was trying to grab that. Alright, bring the mannequin back to the stage. Nasty. That was a clone? Ah, oh, got me. That was a clone. I didn't even know it. Okay, 3 dots over here. 4. He's at the bottom. He's at the bottom somewhere. Where'd he go? 4. Got 4 here. Found him.
This is another Ron production.
Something just came in this way. boss. There's a poster right there too. Yo, gotta go. Oh, the bad guys. Damn, I gotta be a rat. There's no way. Ooh, that was clean. That was so clean. No, I can't get in there. Darn it. That hurt. Jump. Run, son. You have to come find me now. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Slide. Why is he shooting at me?
Get back here! I'm gonna fuck that
This is not the way. Oh man, this is wild. How? I keep running into him. Come on. Yo. Yo. Oh my God, man. Okay. I'm ready to get the mannequin. I should have brought him like blind or something. Get under. Ooh, came right there where I was. Close. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Walk away. Jeez. I got it. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Run.
This is another production.
Okay. Come on. Somebody's down. Teammates dying. Teammates dying. Yeah, I had a syringe. I don't know where I put it. Ooh, slide. I slammed the door and then left. As soon as you pushed it open, that was my cue. That was my cue to go.
I'm gonna suck the fucking life out of you. I'm gonna treat you like a fucking milkshake.
You see that? Over there.
I can't believe
He's upstairs.
I just wanna taste
Hold on, I think when I picked this up, I dropped it. Let me see. Tripped over mama.
fucking barrel.
He's on this side with me. Golly, that door can close faster. I'm free. So you don't?
You run, you piece of shit.
Yep. I'm running. Taking advice. Run, son. Ooh. I'm on a different side. He's over there somewhere, I believe. At 3. 4. He's here.
We should grab that.
Oh shit.
Watch your ass.
Hurrying around the rosy now.
Thanks, Bob. Right there.
Completed.
This is another
Come this way if you can.
Ron production.
Got the mannequin. Where's that? Where's the man? Where's the man? Where's the man? I'm gonna have to drop this. It's right behind us.
They're being chased.
I'm really about to open up something.
He's somewhere through here. He's over here. He's screaming.
You see that?
It's a big one. Yeah, it's still upstairs.
There's one over here.
Careful. Watch your ass.
I think it's downstairs. The main guy's outside with the gun. Big one's down here with me. All right, everyone meet up, and time for Simon Says.
This looks useful.
Everyone stand by color. Push him. And then watch the colors. I'm gonna push him in order. So yellow, red.
What? Yellow, red?
Yellow first, red second. Blue, red, green. Green, blue, red, yellow.
Damn.
Red, green, red, yellow. Blue. Yellow. And now we get out of here.
Thanks, Bob.
Got two guys.
Thanks, Bob. Right.
Enter. Please exit the internal shuttle.
Get it.
There we go. Let's go.
That's way too chaotic.
Very. All right, we did it.
A wonderful performance. Willing to thrust your hand into the fire. Suffering is the cornerstone of greatness.
Well,
All right, good games. Wait, everything got reset? Interesting. Like I'm frozen or something. Let's go back to the menu. Something with that is off. And I don't think they would reset everyone's progress. I think that was like a glitch. That's interesting. Maybe I gotta restart the game. I think I broke it. Huh? I mean, it's still responsive. Go back. Let's try 10 again. So I would think it's supposed to be like a green color. Down. Huh. I get the feeling they might be down. But again, my progress should be saved. I have like a feeling.
Legion of Tools.
Yeah, I got a feeling it might ball or something like that. Okay. Give me just a second here. Wait, who is? I don't have it downloaded. Cloud error. Is that why? Something on my end. Alright, let's try this one then. Do a few games of this and we're out, right?
This is another hit Ron production.
I don't know, maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's a sign. Well, there we go. Not the gunslinger guy.
This is another hit Ron production. Legion of Tunes.
God, what are y'all doing? messed up. It's alright. They try to take that door. I don't have borrowed time, otherwise I'd risk it. Oh, he's got one shot. No. Of course he's gonna look for the last one. Come on, man. What were y'all doing? What were you doing? Why didn't you wait? We're all dead now. Come on, man. Why would you do that? That's okay. He's gonna sit here and camp. Oh, are you trying? It's really all I got, so. It's too late. It don't make sense to hold on. The only one that can make it out now is the one that's crawling. They're far enough away. Yep, we might as well just go on out. Let the hatch open. Man, I shouldn't have went to go save them. They're randos, but you know what? Shame. I think the other one got out because or he found him. Found the last one and did the finisher. Tragic.
This is another Ron production.
Wait, what is this? No wonder. Oh, I'm looking for it. Not too much with her right now, but that's okay. There's no way. Dropped him already? Nah, we gotta get some work done. Darn it. Come on. No, I tried to get away. Right next to the hook. It wasn't enough, was it? If he finds me here, I'm done. You better not. To somebody else.
This is another hit Ron production.
Came right in here. That ain't no good. Come on, I hit the wall. Oh, that's whack. That's whack, bro. I'm just gonna laugh, cause that's whack. You hit me, I ran right into the tire and then into the bush. Neither one let me pass through. I understand the tire, but the bush? Well, that's what I get. This sucker. Oh man, it's not Miller time. What did I do? What did I do? It's not Miller time. I'm garbage. Yeah, go ahead and kill me. That's what you came after me for. Oh man. I don't think I did too good there. Let me see. I did okay. Damn. Took these out too. Start looking for the gate. Oh, you making too much noise. It's over for you. It's over for you. It's over for you. I knew it. I knew it. Goodbye. I was rooting for you, but once you went that way, you were still making all that noise. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do 3 if I want to get it purple. I want them to be able to get those higher levels. Oh, it is what it is. See, I thought I did this. I used that entire med kit. Don't give me one. But so I'm supposed to use it on myself. I met nobody to do hooks with. No nothing. Not hooks, gins.
This is another hit Ron production. Legion of Tunes.
Ooh, almost butchered that. I really did. Oh, now they give it to me. Whoa. Nope, that's why I'm gone. Darn, that was bull. Oh. Oh.
This is another hit production.
Oh. Oh. I'm trying. No. Thought I was faster. wasted all that to try and teleport to me because you couldn't walk. I really want that gen up top, but I don't know who this other lady is, but man, I can't even get heals. How is she like working on this gen forever? Oh, finally. The way she was chasing us down, that's crazy.
This is another hit Ron production. Legion of Tunes.
This is lame. She can see us while we're healing. That is so lame, man. Might as well go on, take her down. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's over for me, son. No way she's this nice. There's no way. Let's see if we can find... any pallets or something anywhere? There's one up here. Don't lead me to the gate. I don't want to go home. It's gonna take forever. I might not make it in time.
This is another.
Oh, this is tier. This is A tier troll. I'm not gonna make it. No. That was too funny. GG's. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. That took forever to open that gate. All I could do was laugh. There was no way. I wasted too much time with pallets. I didn't realize it. Oh my goodness. Got me bad. I'll take that. I'll take that bump on the head. Alright, let me go through here and then ghost. Alrighty. So, definitely have fun. Again, I'll get that beat. We'll make that final listen. We'll get it done so we can get it exported. I can bounce it out of the program. Appreciate everyone stopping by. I'll be on tomorrow night. Continue with some more horror. Maybe I'll do like the first 2 Outlasts. I mean, I got a ton of stuff here, right? So to kind of get back into it, I'm just kind of thinking about what I could play. Something not too much. Maybe I'll do like maybe we'll do them all. Maybe we'll do the first 2 Outlasts and Silver Chains. How does that sound, right? That shouldn't be too crazy. Shouldn't be too crazy, right? I'll play this tomorrow. We'll start it first. Then I'll play the first Outlast and the second Outlast. We'll just run it back to back like that. So, how about we do that? Alright? That's 3 horror games we have lined up. For one day. For one day. Alright. Remember, stay patient, remain diligent, and as always, be majestic. With that, I'm out. You guys take care. Peace.